Hello, all the viewers. Welcome to the live stream. We will be starting commentary at 6:45 within 15 minutes. I am preparing the games for Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We'll be covering Abu Dhabi Chess Festival as well, along with Turkish Super League. So stay tuned, guys. All the games coming up. We'll be going through each game, and we will be also try to do the analysis of the latest positions. So games for Arjun Erigyasi, Ronak Sadhwani, Nihal Sareen coming up very soon. Stay on the stream, guys. We will be starting commentary very soon. Thanks for being there. Wait for the commentary. Hello, all viewers. Welcome to the live stream. I hope you're doing well. So, today we are covering round 5 from Turkish Super League. The game is between Gukesh from India, currently rated 2699 and a superstar from the Indian point of view. And yeah, he's playing against Grandmaster Maghsoodloo Parham from Iran. He's currently rated 2701. Right now, the position is slightly in favor of black, according to the engines. You can see the evaluation on the top right side. It shows minus 0.52. When there is a minus sign or negative sign appended prefixed with the value of the evaluation, it means that it is better for black. Still, right now it is roughly equal. If it goes to minus 1.0 or beyond that, we can say black is doing a lot better than white. So black is slightly better over here, and that is the evaluation you can see on the screen. Now let's jump to Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Abu Dhabi Chess Festival is going together with Turkish Super League. In Abu Dhabi Chess Festival today, we have Arjun Erigaisi. He is currently holding the first position in Abu Dhabi Chess Festival in the standings. Today he is playing with Van Forest. We know Van Forest very well from the Netherlands team. He is currently second in Netherlands with a rating of 2680. He's playing with black pieces against Grandmaster Arjun Erikasi. You can see the game on the right hand side of the screen. On left hand side, we have Ronak Sadhwani playing against Grandmaster Amin Basim. Ronak Sadhwani is currently rated 2622. Amin Basim is rated 2687. And Amin Basim is number one player of Egypt. So today's matches are going to be so exciting because these are all top players from their respective countries. This is not going to be an easy task for both Ronak and Arjun. We hope they secure a win today, and especially Arjun, he wins today and stays on top of the table. Next game we are covering is Nihal Sareen. Nihal Sareen is today playing against international master Dautian Arthur. Currently, the position seems roughly equal here, and the game has started with the d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This is the typical way to either play Nimzo Indian defense or Queen's Gambit declined. So this position resembles Queen's Gambit declined, and Nihal, he has done a Catalan setup here, or you can say the Fianchetto on the king's side. When you see the bishop on g2, the pawn on g3, this is the Fianchetto setup. Okay, okay. So few quick moves. We will run through Nihal's game now. Let's see what happened in this game. So the game started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This is a Nimzo Indian kind of setup. Knight f3. If white plays knight to c3, it's bishop b4 and the Nimzo Indian starts. But when white goes knight f3, then if you go bishop b4, there is bishop d2 called as Bogo Indian. Let's go ahead. So d5 was played by Arthur, and then g3 was played, aiming for the Catalan setup. I'm just making sure, guys, the voice is clear and audible. So bishop e7 was played, bishop g2, castles, knight to c3 now, pawn takes on c4. So this is the acceptance of the gambit. Now here white has few options. White can go knight e5, which is recommended to capture this pawn on c4, and that's what white played in the game. That is what Nihal played in the game. He played knight e5. Here to counter attack, black should attack white's center. So black played knight to c6 first. Here c5 is recommended by the engines. If you look at the screen, the c5 seems to be the best move here so that black can do a counter attack on white's center. Arthur here chose to play knight to c6. After knight to c6, Nihal captured the knight on c6, reckoning the pawn structure. That if you look at these pawns are quite weak now. So it's a triple pawn. Although white has given away his light squared bishop, white can play on these weaknesses of tripled pawns. Black holds the advantage of bishop pair. This game is going to be really interesting and instructive to all the viewers to understand how to use the bishop pair, and even if you are given away your light squared bishop, you can play on the weaknesses of the tripled pawns on your opponent's queen side. So this is going to be an interesting game. Let's go ahead and check the current position. So knight takes e6 was captured by Nihal Sareen, queen to e8, knight takes e7. So now black loses the bishop advantage, the bishop pair advantage. Queen takes, queen a4, attacking the pawn on c4 now. And this will remain a static weakness. Static weakness is the one which is going to remain for the long time in the game. Pawn to c5, pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and bishop to e3, queen c7, castles, bishop to b7, and now rook to d1. Knight d5. This is the latest position, guys. This is roughly equal looking at the evaluation. Now let's jump back to the Turkish Super League. We will revisit Nihal Sareen's game, who is playing the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Let's jump back to Gukesh game, Turkish Super League. Let's go through the. Okay, this game has changed. I'll just switch back to the right screen here. Yes. Okay, so this is Gukesh game right now. The evaluation is slightly in the favor of black again, minus 0.51 as you can see on the screen. Black stands slightly better here. So again, today we wish that Gukesh is able to, even though he is not having great position right now, he'll get some chances in the game and convert this into win. We have very high hopes from Gukesh. Let's jump to Abu Dhabi Chess Festival now. Before jumping there, I'll quickly check if there are any questions or queries in the comment section. I will just check once again. Okay, I will check the questions. Okay, phone and desktop is over here. Phone and desktop says echo हो रहा है. Okay, I'll just check, guys, if there is an echo. Others, please let me know if you're hearing an echo as well. Rahil Khan is here. Hello, Rahil Khan. Rahil Khan says you are a great commentator. Thank you very much, Rahil Khan, for the compliments. This really helps us to grow and motivates us to work more for you guys. Please let me know, guys, if there is an echo as mentioned by phone and desktop. I expect there is no echo because the setup is perfect over here today. Let's jump to Abu Dhabi Chess Festival now. Let's see what's happening there. So this is the game with Arjun Arigyasi playing against Van Forest. Van Forest is number 2 player of Netherlands. He is currently 61st in world and rated 2680. So let's jump on to their game and let's check what happened in Arjun Arigyasi's game. I'm going to the first move in Arjun's game. Arjun's game is on the right hand side of your screen. So d4, knight f6, knight f3 was played, pawn to d5, pawn to c3. So with pawn to c3, there are two intentions. Either white can play bishop to a4, f4 and convert this into some kind of London system, or there is bishop g5 move. Let's see how white continued here, what line did Arjun prefer, and how the game went ahead. So c5 was played, black doing a counter attack on the queen side, d takes c5, e6, bishop e3, saving the pawn on c5, c4, a4 here, a5. So a5 is generally played to stop white's b4 supporting this pawn, and this pawn then remains a weak pawn, which later on black can try to capture by going either knight a6, knight takes c5, or knight d7, knight takes c5. There are also some ideas like Catalan wherein black plays knight e5 and captures on c5 there. So let's go ahead and check how the game progressed. Pawn to c4 here. After pawn to c4, knight a6 was played in the game, and here white has captured on d5. Arjun is playing with white pieces, currently rated 2689. He is leading the tournament, Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. He is at number 1 with 3.5 points out of 4. We hope he stays on top today by winning this game as well. Now let's move on to the next game. Ronak Sadhwani is today playing with Amin Basim 2687 rated, and Amin Basim is number one player of Egypt. We'll quickly check now what happened in their game. Let's go to the beginning. This was a Geico piano opening. So Amin Basim started with e4. Ronak Sadhwani replied with black with e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, d3, bishop to c5, pawn to c3, pawn to d6, pawn castles. And here, guys, there is always in the beginners, if you're a beginner, guys, there's always this kind of trick where the bishop goes to g4, pins the knight, and then white black can try to go knight d4. So in this case, as Amin Basim has played c3, knight cannot come to d4 there. Generally, beginners play knight c3 here, and then this knight is allowed to come on d4. So if you are playing this knight c3 move in these positions, if the pawn is on c2, make sure your knight is not getting pinned in this way, because if the knight gets pinned, then there is a tremendous attack on this pinned piece, destroying your castle. So you can try to go h3. If you are playing at lower levels, h3 is definitely fine. If you are playing at higher levels, h3 is kind of a weakness. Other way to go around is after bishop to g4, you also have the knight d2 move and the rook moves away. Later on, you go knight f1, knight to g3, and then start your attack on the king side. Let's go ahead and check what happened in the game. a5, black trying to gain some space on the queen side now. Rook e1, castles, h3, as I said before, h3 to stop this bishop g4. We do not want any kind of attack here. Also, h2 becomes vacant so that later on knight can jump to h2 and maybe we can go knight to g4 or we can start the pawn push attack on the king side. Let's go ahead. h6 was played here. d4 trying to break in the center. This is a typical idea of Geico piano when you go c3 and then you go d4. Bishop goes to a7, bishop to b3. Now rook to e8, bishop to c2, saving the pawn on e4. Black had a threat of captures, and knight takes on e4. So bishop on c2, make sure the pawn is supported, and later on, when the diagonal opens up, we have a nice attack on the king side there. So pawn to d5 was played here after pawn to d5. E takes on d5, queen takes d5, bishop b3 check. It's not a check, it's attack on the queen. Queen goes back to d6, and now knight to e3. Generally, when we are learning chess, it is recommended that you do not develop your knight to the edge of the board. If you develop your knight to the edge of the board, it is not going to remain active and you might not get a very good position. So, here, why do grandmasters develop their knight to the edge of the board? This is a very common question I get from many beginners. Sir, we have been told by our coaches we should not be developing the knight towards the edge of the board. But there is a certain idea here. Whenever you see that you can gain a tempo on any of your opponent's pieces, right now, if you develop your knight to a3, you have a tempo of attacking the queen if you go to b5 or c4. So you get one extra move there. So the knight on a3 is not actually a bad piece in this position. You should know if you can gain a tempo and get your pieces in the game. So knight can quickly jump to c4, and if required, it can come back to e3 the whenever this plan suits white. You can also try to go b5 and go pawn to a4 and plant your knight there until they play c6. Nobody can touch your knight there on b5. So the different plans there with knight a3. So if you see any knight a3 move or knight h3 move in the Grandmasters games, spend a lot of time on those positions and try to understand the ideas behind them. Because these moves tend to break the opening principles. But if you know the ideas behind them, definitely you can get a good position. Let's go ahead in the game, guys. So, pawn takes pawn was played, knight to b5 as I discussed before, rook takes e1, queen takes e1, queen goes to d7 now, blocking their own bishop, and now pawn to a4. Pawn takes pawn, and knight takes on a7. Now here, we have to compare. Before exchanging the pieces, always compare the pieces, the value of the pieces. So knight versus bishop here, which seems to be better? Definitely this bishop is doing a great job right now of attacking this pawn on f2. And this knight is very well placed, but this bishop is attacking the king. The knight is not attacking their king. The king is far away from the knight. So it's good here that we exchange the knight with the bishop so that once this knight and bishops are exchanged, we will be having our dark squared bishop, which can control all these diagonals of dark squares, and white would get definitely a good position if the dark square bishop remains on the board. So Amin Basim is playing very well over here right now. He is capturing the bishop here. We wish that Ronak comes around this position and tries to get his bishop out very quickly now because this bishop is stuck. We need to get the queen on a good position and the bishop out on some good square. Okay, I know guys, you all have joined to watch the game between Gukesh and Maghsoodloo. So we'll jump there right now to check what's happening there. Meanwhile, I'll just quickly check the comments if there are any. Yes. So Ryle says, okay, there is no echo. Thank you very much, Ryle, for confirming. And thanks for the appreciation. Okay, let's jump to the Turkish Super League now and check what's happening here. We'll run through the moves of Turkish Super League. We'll check what happened so far in Gukesh's game. Yes. Alpha Devil is here. Alpha Devil asks, what about our ace Gukesh? Hello Alpha Devil, welcome to the live stream. Yes, we are on the Gukesh game right now. We will check his game. We'll check what happened so far in his game. So let's go through the first move. I'll be traversing through all his moves. Okay, so I'm going to the starting position here. So d4 was played in the game by Gukesh, and Maghsoodloo replied with knight to f6, c4, e6. So generally these moves they intend to play the systems like Nimzo Indian defense. So bishop goes to b4 here. When the knight goes to c3, the bishop goes to b4, pins the knight, and tries to play for the e4 square. So that is the system wherein we call it as Nimzo Indian defense. And here, instead of going knight to c3, Gukesh played in the game. He played knight to f3. So it means that I will not put my knight on c3 to get it pinned. If you want to give a check, that's fine. This check is given over here, and if you want, you can play bishop d2 there. This is called as Bogo Indian defense, and if they capture here, you can just capture back with the knight, controlling the e4 square. You can also capture back with the queen. It depends upon your choice, but this is not the way Nimzo Indian is played. This is the Bogo Indian. Yes. Okay, Black Swan is asking why all strong players in one team. So, Swan, which team are you recommending? We will check that team in the Super League and then we'll try to comment on that. Okay, so let's go ahead, guys, in the game. So, h6 was played here, stopping bishop g5, g3. Gukesh is trying to do a fianchetto. Bishop to b4 check. Yes, bishop g4 check was given. Now, what Maghsoodloo has done over here is he has not allowed bishop g5. Generally, bishop g5 systems they go to go very complicated after this bishop b4 and this c5, d5, and there are complications where sometimes black even plays king to d8. So in this case, pawn to h6 actually stops bishop g5. Now it will be interesting to see how this bishop and these bishop gets their horns locked together for the battle. So after bishop b4, bishop d2 was played, and here Maghsoodloo took his bishop back to e7. So he's just playing here in the opening and trying to create some kind of confusion for Gukesh. It's not a clear line. Bishop going back to e7. After bishop e7, bishop to g2, castles, queen c2, pawn to d5 was played. So this is now turned into kind of a queen's gambit declined setup wherein white has done a Catalan setup, or you can say the fianchetto on the king side. Then pawn to h4 was played. After pawn h4, knight d7 was played by Maghsoodloo. Gukesh played knight to c3, pawn takes on c4, and this is where I think the game started to tilt slightly in favor of black after they captured the pawn there on c4. Manoj Mittal is here. Hello Manoj Mittal, good to see you. Gukesh is black. Yes, Gukesh is playing not with black pieces. Gukesh is playing with white pieces here. Gukesh is playing with white pieces. Manoj Mittal. Black Swan asks, will you be commentating on FTX Crypto Cup? Black Swan, I'm sorry, I won't be able to cover the FTX Crypto Cup because there are many classes that actually I have to take late night, so I'll be busy in the late night coaching, so I won't be able to take those commentary, but definitely I have mentioned the timing of the commentary on the screen right now. I'll be commentating till 7:45 today, and then I'll be resuming commentary at 9:15 p.m. to 10:15 p.m. if the game gets over between the games of Turkish Super League, and if the games of Abu Dhabi Chess Festival gets over, we'll try to cover the FTX Crypto Cup there. Yes, I'll try that. I'll come back to the game now, guys. So here, after this pawn takes pawn, rook d1 was played by Gukesh. After rook d1, pawn to c5 was played by Maghsoodloo, trying to attack white's center there. Pawn takes pawn, and now queen to c7. Pawn to c6. Gukesh gave away his pawn on c6. As it is, the pawn was going to fall. But now, after black captures the pawn on c6. Black has a permanent weakness on c6, which will be targeted by the bishop, which is on g2 there. This will be the right attack for white. First, white has to get this c4 pawn, and once this c4 pawn falls, c6 is going to be the long-term goal for white to get that pawn for free. And if white manages to get that pawn for free, then both these pawns, c4 and c6, if these pawns fall, if white is able to get both of the pawns, then definitely white has very good pawns over here on A and B files versus a single pawn there on A2. So it will be interesting endgame if these two pawns, these two weak pawns fall there for Maghsoodloo. So still, there are very nice plans for Gukesh. We'll just go ahead in the game and check what happened next. So castles was done by Gukesh here, and this is the latest move now, the castles. We'll wait for the updates now from We'll wait for the next moves from Maghsoodloo now. I'll just quickly check if this is the latest position and it's updated in the server. Okay, this is not the latest position. I'll try to update this. Hold on, please, guys. Yes, this is the latest position. Rook b8 has been played by Maghsoodloo now. It's Gukesh's turn. So what Maghsoodloo is trying to say is, okay, you go for my pawns, which are on c4 and c6. I will try to do a counter attack on the b2 pawn there. So it will be interesting to see how the game proceeds. Let's jump to Abu Dhabi Chess Festival now and check what's happening in Arjun's game. So Arjun Erigaisi today is playing with Van Forest. Van Forest is Netherlands' number 2 player, currently rated 2680. Arjun is leading the tournament with 3.5 points out of 4. We will run through last few moves of Arjun's game here. So this was a d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c3 game wherein black played c5, white captured on c5, e3, bishop e3, e6, bishop e3, a5. a5 is generally to stop the pawn from going to b4. Pawn to c4 was played here, knight to a6, trying to go for this pawn on c5. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn on c5, and this is the current position. Currently, evaluation stands 0.78. It means that the position is roughly equal. We cannot say that it is better for white, it is roughly equal, and still it's just the seventh move. A long way to go there. Now let's jump to the next game. Ronak Sadhwani today is playing with Amin Basim, and in this game, Amin Basim is number 1 player of Egypt. His rating is currently 2687. So let's check what happened in last few moves. I went through the entire game. Okay, so let's check what happened in the game. It's a e4 game, Geico Piano today. We discussed the game some time back, what happened in the opening. So we'll jump to the position we left in the last discussion. This is a fianchetto not fianchetto, this is a Geico piano, wherein I explained the plan of black going for bishop g4 and why you should play h3 here, not letting the d4 control out of your hand. So h3 is very important to make sure you have a very good control of d4 and you are able to go d4 later in the game. If the bishop pins your knight, it becomes difficult then to go d4. So h6 was played, pawn to d4, bishop goes to a7, bishop goes back to b3, rook to e8, bishop to b c2, pawn d5. This is an interesting break, pawn d5. This shows the position is equal, but now decision is very difficult. Should we go e takes d5, or should we go d takes e4, or should we do something else? That is the question, and this is where we all make some mistakes in our games when we are playing on the board. So this is what, guys, whenever you are listening to commentary, when you're looking at the Grandmasters games, you have to pause here and you have to think here. Even though you can see the moves on the engine and you can see what is best, you have to think yourself. You have to put in the shoes of Amin Basim over here. Amin Basim is playing with white pieces. If you put yourself in Amin Basim's game and decide what is the best move for white over here, and then compare that move with the best moves recommended in the book and in the engines, you will come to know how you think and where you need to improve. So right now, here the best move for white is that white can just take the pawn on d5. E takes d5 is recommended here by the engines. In the game, e takes d5 was played, but definitely, guys, I would recommend you that you go through n number of games, put these positions on the board, and spend some time over there. Let's go ahead in the game now. E takes d5 was played, queen takes d5, bishop to b3 attacking the queen again, making the queen move. Queen goes to d6, and now knight a3. I explained this before as well. Grandmasters do play this knight to the edge of the board, while the beginners they always complain, okay, why are we not allowed to put the knights on the edge of the board on a3 and h3? And why are grandmasters allowed to do that? The basic reason is, guys, this right now in this position, a knight has a very nice tempo on the queen. Knight can go to b4, b5, it can go to c4, attack the queen, and as and when required, it can jump back from c4 to e3, or it can just sit there on b4 and try to attack the bishop on a7. So, pawn takes pawn was played by Ronak here. Knight went to b5, doing a knight fork on the queen and on the bishop. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1, queen d7, and now pawn to a4, fixating the knight there on b5. So pawn takes now. After pawn takes, this bishop becomes a monster. So it's good. We take it out. That's what I mean did in the game. Ronak captured on a7, queen to c3, and now queen to e7. Finally, Ronak gets his queen away from blocking the bishop now. So this is good for Ronak now. So this bishop opens up finally, and now the game went bishop to f4 and knight to e4, gaining a tempo again on the queen. And now let's see how the game goes on. Maybe your white can play his queen to e3, supporting the bishop and also trying to pin the knight. Of course, the knight is supporting the queen, but still, this knight has to stay there. Knight cannot jump to b4. Evaluation stands equal right now. Position is equal for both the players, and it's not in favor of either white or black. Now, let's jump to Nihal Sareen's game. Nihal Sareen is also playing in the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Today, he is playing against Arthur Davtyan, is an international master, and position looks equal here. We can quickly run through the moves and check what's happened there so far in Nihal's game. So the opening went d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, and knight to c3 here. Pawn takes, knight e5, knight c6, and here Nihal has captured the knight on c6, giving away his bishop. The reason is after this pawn captures, there is this knight to c6 check. Not check, it's a fork, taking the bishop out and not giving the bishop pair advantage to black. So pawn takes on c6, knight captures on c6, queen moves to e8, and now knight takes on e7 there, trying to check the king. The queen has to capture the knight there, so queen captures the knight, and now queen moves to a4, attacking the weak pawn on c4 there. So pawn to c5, doing a counter attack, opening up the diagonal as well. This diagonal is also open for the bishop now to take control of it and attack more on the king side. So pawn takes, queen to c5, queen bishop to e3, queen c7, castles. And now, guys, what do you think about this bishop? Let me know in the comment section. Would you ever give this kind of bishop to your opponent? Will you be happy there? So that your opponent is having such a strong bishop against your king. Would you like to keep this position, or would you not prefer having opponent having such kind of bishop here? So this is going to be a nice challenge here. This is really going to be a very nice challenge here, trying to figure out how this bishop can be stopped from attacking the white's king side. Let's go to the current position. Rook a1 was played in the game. Knight to d5. Knight takes d5. E takes d5. And now, okay, they captured with the bishop. They could have captured with the pawn, but then bishop's diagonal would have been blocked. If they capture with the pawn here, white can just play bishop to d4 maybe. Yes, and blocking this pawn all the way around, and this bishop cannot attack you anymore. Okay, so in the game, they captured with the bishop so that the diagonal remains open for the bishop. Let me just refresh the screen. Okay, so right now the current position after bishop takes d5, Ronak, Nihal moved his bishop to d4. So both bishops are trying to attack, and if this game goes into an endgame with the bishops on the board, this would likely result in a draw because it's opposite colored bishop, and most probably the result will be draw if this goes in an endgame. Now let's quickly join the Turkish Super League there and check what's happening here. I'll confirm if that's the latest position. Yeah, that is the latest position, and now Gukesh is slightly in time pressure, guys. I'll just try to refresh this and get the evaluation on the screen. Yes. Last move played by Maghsoodloo was rook b8, and since then Gukesh is thinking a lot. You can see the evaluation is minus 69. That is slightly better for black, not much, slightly better for black there. I'll come back to the comments now. All the viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. There are many comments there. I'll just check the comments and questions. Yes. Mukesh is playing with white pieces. Those who have just joined. Maghsoodloo is playing with black pieces. Blank is here. Blank is asked, what is your rating? Blank, my rating is 2048, classical rating, and I am FIDE instructor, licensed coach from FIDE. Rahil Khan says Gukesh might lose today. Yes, Rahil Khan, Gukesh might lose today. Samarth Hegde is here. Hello, Samarth Hegde. Hope you are doing fine. Dhamu is here. Dhamu asks what is happening to Gukesh game. So right now, Dhamu, a game is going on. Gukesh is playing with white pieces on the screen. You can see the game. Gukesh is playing against Maghsoodloo from Iran, and slightly the position is in favor of Maghsoodloo. That is black. Let's hope Gukesh can come back in the game and get a better position and upper hand on the Maghsoodloo. Also, we can see that Gukesh is has lost a lot of time on the clock there, and we are just on move number 15. So he'll be in pressure to complete his moves before the time elapses. So you can say that things are not going great right now for Gukesh. I'll move to the next question. Blank says, don't lose Gukesh. Yes, Blank, we are praying that he never loses the games and he wins this Turkish Super League with a great score. His team wins today. Gukesh rating will be updated next month. Yes, Umesh Khanna. Sumit Talekar is here. Sumit is asking, where are you from? Sumit, I am from India, Mumbai, city of Mumbai. UHD Piano is here. He says, I think Gukesh will win. Yes, we wish Gukesh wins today and we get a superb result today because yesterday was not great for Indian team, guys. Yesterday Gukesh lost yesterday, Pragananda lost in FTX Crypto Cup. So it was not a great day yesterday. Tenacious Fighter is saying, asking why Gukesh rating is 2699 in your screen. That is his current rating. His rating is not yet updated by FIDE. Live rating is different, and his FIDE rating, current FIDE rating is different. Live rating is what is not updated currently. This the rating which is on screen. So FIDE will update his rating very soon. If you want to check the live rating, I can mention his live rating as well. Let me get his live rating. Gukesh currently is placed 20th in world according to live rating, and his rating is 2729. The rating which is shown on the screen is taken from the FIDE latest ratings, FIDE's website. If you go to the website and check, it will be 2699. The reason is live rating considers your current tournament's rating also, while FIDE updates at the end of the month. So the entire games of August, they will be compiled and they will be the new rating will be refreshed on the website in the month of September. So his new rating 262729, it will be shown in the month of September, not in August. Sayan Sarkar is saying, do you have premium subscription of ChessBase? Yes, Sayan, I have ChessBase subscription. Indian Boy says, sir, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Indian Boy. I'm really happy that you are enjoying the stream. Aniruddha Tiwari is here. Which site we can see this? Aniruddha, there are a couple of websites which you can go on. You can see the live.chessbase.com and there is chessbomb.com, there is chessdom. There are many websites you can visit and try to check the latest games. Ronald Credo is here. Ronald Credo says Queen B7 check. Right now, what has happened, guys? We can see that Gukesh has played a move. Bishop takes d5, and the evaluation has suddenly changed to 1 point minus 1.06. It means that Maghsoodloo will get a very good position now after he captures the bishop back on d5. It is minus 1.06. Now we can say that black is better, guys. Black is better now. So slowly but steadily, Maghsoodloo has got a good position here. 123 Ambarish is here. Hello Ambarish, good to see you. Ambarish says Pragnanda needs to strike back today. Tomorrow his game is against Magnus, which might be the decider. Yes, tomorrow it's going to be a great battle, guys. Sunday 9:30 p.m. the game going to go, the going game between Pragananda and Magnus Carlsen will take place, and it is going to be the best. Yesterday, if you were watching the FX Crypto Cup, you might have noticed that there was an internet outage at the FTX Crypto Cup, and all the games were crashed. So they had to restart their games, not exactly the game from beginning, but the position that they left with. So it was an unexpected event, an unexpected glitch in the system. I hope it doesn't happen again today or tomorrow. Dr. Sandy Bag is here. He is saying Gukesh white or black. Gukesh is playing with white pieces, and currently black is better. Black is Parham from Iran. He is slightly better right now. And right now, let's just check other questions also. Yogesh Natarajan says rating will be updated first of every month. Is that so? Yes. It will be around first week of every month. Exact date I'm not sure if it will be first, second, or third, but yes, in the first week you can see the updated rating list. Neeraj Sinha is here. He says, "Bhai, how is the position?" So Nilesh Bhai, right now position is not good for Gukesh. He's playing with white pieces. Maghsoodloo is having a better position now. Tenacious Fighter is here. He asks, which software is best for analyzing games and which engine? It depends upon your level also, Tenacious Fighter. If you are a beginner, intermediate player, you don't need to have very high engines or very high softwares. You can use Leech's chess.com engines to analyze your games. Leech's has Stockfish 14, which is more than sufficient to analyze your games. Chessbase is also cool. Chessbase has many features. You can do a lot of research on Chessbase. They have very high analyzing power of your databases. My video is coming out tomorrow, guys, which explains you how you can use Chessbase, or you can use Skid, which is a free software, and you can analyze the games. You can generate an opening report to find out which opening was most successful. So tomorrow the video is going to be out. You can subscribe to the channel to get to get the notification of that video. I have explained complete steps, each step, how you can analyze any database You can download games from leeches or any other websites like chessgames.com. You can analyze that and you can generate an opening report on the latest games to find the best openings for any side, white or black. So software, yes, you can use chess. Yes, you can use Skid. For Skid software, I have a complete video how you can download the Skid software and use it on your desktop PC or your Windows PC or your laptops. Amaya Joshi is here. Hello, Amaya Joshi. Amaya Joshi asks how to plan in the middle game. Amaya Joshi, there are many techniques how you can plan in the middle game. Before I answer your question, let me just jump to the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival here and just check what is happening in the Arjun Erigasis game. We can see queen somewhere placed on d7 and d6. Let's refresh that. Queen takes on d5. So Arjun today is playing against Van Forest, number 2 player from Netherlands. Van Forest is currently rated 2680 while Arjun is rated 2689. Position is roughly equal now. The challenge for Arjun is what to do about this bishop. This bishop is stuck. On the right hand side, we have the Arjun's game. On your right hand side screen, guys, there are two games you can see. On the right hand side, we have Arjun's game. On left hand side, we have Ronak Sadhwani's game. So this bishop is stuck right now. What white needs to do now is white has to go g3 and go bishop g2 and castles quickly. Once white does this, then white is free to attack black either on the king side or on the queen side or in the center depending upon the requirement there. But definitely your Arjun has to get his bishop out as quickly as possible. Let's see the Ronak's game now. Before I move to Ronak's game, guys, this position is roughly equal. It's 0.30 evaluation, so it's equal. Arjun and Van Forest, they are fighting out equally on the board, and the queens are exchanged. So this will be an endgame, and in the endgame, Van Forest will probably capture now with the pawn, and this pawn on d5 is going to be the weak pawn in the endgame now. So we hope that Arjun will be able to get advantage with his bishop on g2 to target the pawn on d5 there. Let's hope this happens in the game and Arjun wins this game. Now let's jump to Ronak Sadhwani's game. Okay, Ronak is today playing with Amin Basim. On left hand side of the screen, you can see Ronak's game. Currently, the position is equal. Again, the queens are off the board. Queens have been exchanged with an equal position. Amin Basim is number one player of Egypt, currently rated 2687, and he is not an easy player to beat. So today's game, it's not going to be easy for Ronak Sadhwani. He has to be alert for entire game. He cannot even miss a single tactic or even a single idea from Amin Basim today. Right now, Ronak has the pawns are equal, guys. Ronak was having an extra pawn, but the bishop just has captured on c7, giving the equal material to both the players. Now let's check Nihal's game. Nihal is playing today in the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. So this is the Nihal's game, and let's just go back there and let's try to refresh this position. Okay, this is the latest position now, guys, and result is not yet out. Although Nihal's opponent is lower rated than around 120 points with as compared to Nihal, I am International Master Arthur. He is rated 2520, but still he is playing very well. So far the position is equal, and as there are opposite colored bishops on the board, and if this game goes in an end game, it would end in a draw because the bishops will not allow each other to progress and it will be a draw. This pawn is a problem. This pawn is a problem for black, but the thing is black has no pieces. If white had a knight here or a light square bishop, then this pawn could have been a target. Right now black has played very well to make sure that they have created this chain, and this is very safe right now. Nobody can attack this pawn on c4. So although black has this weak pawn on c4, it cannot be attacked anymore. Now let's come back to Gukesh game, and after coming back to Gukesh game, I'll read out your questions. Okay. This is the Gukesh game, and it is Maghsoodloo to play the next move. I'll come back to the comments now. All the viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. We are today streaming two tournaments, Turkish Super League We are covering the game between Gukesh and GM Maghsoodloo Parham from Iran. The tournament we are covering is Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. In Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, we are covering three games. Arjun Erigaisi, we are covering the game for Ronak Sadhwani and Nihal Sareen. I'll come back to the comments now. Dream 11 is over here. Dream 11 says, is there any tournament from your side? So Dream 11, my team is there on Leeches, Kilo Chess India. We have regular team battles and tournaments. I do live streaming over there for all the viewers and all the players. So you can join our team, Kilo Chess India, on Leeches. Yanthan is here. Yanthan asks, we have game today or not? FTX Crypto. Yes, the game is there today. It will start at 9:30 p.m. IST. RK Ghosh is here. RK Ghosh asks, I am a beginner. Can you please guide how someone can become a grandmaster? So RK Ghosh, it is hard work, consistent work, and your determination to become GM. You need a very good coach. Without coach, remember guys, it's very difficult to survive and to progress. You need very good guidance, and that is where the most people have the challenge. The problem is the coaching, the good quality coaching is very expensive, especially since the COVID has started. All the good coaches they have started coaching online in US, Europe, and they have stopped coaching in India now because of course there is a financial problem for many of them, and they get good money if they are coaching online in US, in Canada, or in Europe. So this is a very big problem now. I have seen in last 1 year the coaching fees have rocketed very high. This is all because of online coaching, and even a middle class person who wants to learn chess, he has to shell out a lot of money to pay to a coach to learn from them. Whenever you're choosing a coach, guys, make sure that he or she they are updated with the latest knowledge. They are doing their research. They know what they are teaching you, and they are giving you the good guidance. So, first step is if you want to become a title player, first check what your level is. If you are a beginner, get a coach who is not a title player, who is maybe around 1800 or 1600 FIDE rated player, who will take you to that 1500 rating on FIDE classical. Once you reach 1500, then you can switch your coach, or you can ask him to guide him to go to a better coach, maybe a FM or an IM. So you can start in this way, but determination is very much important. I have spoken to many grandmasters at Chennai Olympiad. I had been there. I met many grandmasters there. I asked few coaches also how they train their students. So first thing is, guys, all those who are listening and who want to become a grandmaster, first thing you have to keep in mind is this is very important, guys. Okay, so please listen carefully. First thing you have to keep in mind is that you have to cross 3000 rating on Leeches or chess.com for puzzles. Solve puzzles every day, 50 puzzles, 40 puzzles, whatever you can do. But you have to cross 3000 rating as soon as possible. Once you do that, your tactical game will be very strong. Side by side, you have to work on your openings, and within a period of 6 months, you can see the way you think it has changed drastically. So that is one of the guidance I can give you to become a grandmaster. Now let's move on to the game, guys. I'll come back to your questions. We have 10 minutes left, guys. We will be stopping commentary at 7:45 p.m. in 10 minutes, and then I have a break due to the class in between. I'll be resuming the commentary at 9:15. So please bear with me, guys. I am really sorry that I have to stop audio commentary at 7:45 p.m. today. We have 10 minutes. I'll try to cover as much as possible in 10 minutes. First, let me just refresh and check if this is the latest position on the Gukesh game. Okay, so right now you can see the evaluation is minus 0.67. Gukesh has played pawn to e4, trying to break the pawn there on d5. And once the pawn captures, the knight has a very good target on d5 there. So let's hope this pawn gets weaker and weaker, the one which is on d5, and Gukesh is able to capture that pawn on d5 then. Let me switch on the engines for you so that you can see the best move there. Now let's jump to the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival and check what's happening in Arjun Erigas's game here. Arjun is playing with white pieces against Van Forest. Van Forest is number 2 player from Netherlands. Position is equal so far. As I said before, that Arjun has to work on his bishop, which was stuck there on f1. So he has got his pawn to g3 now, so that the bishop can jump to g2, maybe king can castle, and then try to attack the pawn on d5 by going rook to d1 there. The problem is the pawn on b2 now. Arjun cannot allow this pawn to fall and give it free, so he has to take some measures. There are a couple of ways to handle this. If okay, there is another challenger for Arjun because if he goes bishop d4 supporting the pawn, there is bishop b4 check. So he has to handle the bishop b4 check also. So bishop b4 check, maybe he can play just king d1, keep the king in center. As there are no queens on the board, the king on center in center will be absolutely safe. Nothing to worry for the king there. And then the bishop can go to g2, trying to put the pressure on the d5 pawn. So right now, let's see how this mystery unfolds, that what is going to happen on this of this pawn on b2. Most probably he'll go bishop d4, Arjun will go bishop d4, but let's see what happens in the game. We'll wait for Arjun's move now. Let's jump to Ronak's game. Let's see what is happening in the Ronak's game. Ronak Sadhwani is playing with Amin Basim from Egypt, number 1 player of Egypt today, and Amin has just played bishop to e5 move. As the queens are off the board, the position should be equal. We can see that Ronak is having two knights while Basim is having two bishops here. So it's two knights versus bishop. The main battle is going to be this bishop and this knight are also going to play a role, but it's going to be the bishop pair which is going to be slightly headache for Ronak Sadhwani there. Let's check Nihal's game now. This is Nihal's game which is going on right now. As I said before, this is a roughly equal game, and Nihal has managed to get the c4 pawn. There was a pawn on c4 which black had there some some moves back. Let's go back and check. Okay, so his opponent, his IM opponent has sacrificed his pawn. So let's go back and check. This was a position when Nihal captured on d5 and Arthur, International Master Arthur, he captured the knight on d5 with his bishop. Bishop went to d4, pawn to c3, and then he captured the pawn on c3 with the bishop here. So he sacrificed the pawn. He sacrificed the pawn on c3 just to make sure the bishop has more squares to attack. This is definitely a good move for black there. But still you can see the evaluation is slightly in favor of white, slightly, not much. It is 0.79, stockfish 15, 0.79, so slightly in favor of white here. White captured the pawn with the bishop, and now queen went to c4. Nihal's opponent would definitely want to exchange the queens because draw is good for him. He's definitely going to get some points if the game is drawn. And now Nihal takes his queen back to c2, giving away the pawn on a2. What happens if the queen captures the pawn on a2 there? Nihal has a very nice plan. If the queen captures now the pawn on a2, Nihal can try to go rook d4 and put his rook on g4 here, or h4, trying to attack on h7 with the help of the queen. He can also try to put the rook on this g4, trying to attack the g7 pawn with the help of the bishop. So Nihal is trying to sacrifice the pawn to create some play for him. Will his opponent capture the pawn on a2, or will he defend his queen, will he defend his king side and play something else? Again, a very nice question. It was a nice game which is going on. We'll be switching back to this game. Right now, let's jump back to the Turkish Super League and check what's happening in the Gukesh game. So, position is showing right now it's better for black still. Okay, knight e5 has been played here right now in the Gukesh game. Maghsoodloo has played knight to e5 and evaluation shows minus 1.04 guys. Evaluation shows minus 1.04 in favor of black. So black is doing better here. Maghsoodloo is doing better against Gukesh. We want Gukesh to win this game. Now I'm switching back to the comments and queries in the comment section. There are a lot of comments there. Okay, okay. Siddharth Ghosh asks, my rating is 1700 in leeches rapid. What will be my real rating approx? So see, leeches rating is very easy to achieve. Chess.com rating is also easy to achieve. It is a completely different game when you play against someone on the board. There are a lot of other factors. Online, you are relaxed. It doesn't matter much. Even if you lose, that's okay. Nobody's going to watch you there. But when you pay your fees for the tournaments in FIDE, which is a huge amount, 10,000, 20,000, whatever the entry fees are, you pay that huge amount. You go there prepared, and then you face an IM on the board. That is where your character tests begins. How strong you are psychologically. It doesn't matter if you're playing against an IM on leeches, but if you're playing an IM on the board in a FIDE rating tournament, there is a huge difference. So there is no direct correlation between leeches rating and FIDE rating. I know players who are 2500 plus on leeches, but their FIDE rating is 1300 or 1200 or 1400. So it's easy to play online, guys. It's very easy to play online, but it's not easy to play on the board. It's completely a different game there on the board. Those who want to play games, let me know, guys. We also have Khelo Chess India team. I can organize some tournaments for you and we can play there. Austin asks, is he completely lost? Not yet, Austin, but the position is in favor of Maghsoodloo, who is playing with black pieces. The next chess fighter is here. He asks what happens after bishop takes b5, queen takes b5, knight takes c6 fork. Which game are you talking about? Let us know, Tenacious Fighter, because we are covering four games right now. Vasu Kusum Kumbhani is here. Vasu Kumbhani asks, what's your rating? My rating is 2048 on FIDE Classical. You can check my name, Amir Sawan, on FIDE website, and I'm a licensed coach, FIDE instructor from FIDE. Philip is here. Hello, Philip. Hope you are doing fine. Siddharth is here. Siddharth asks, can you suggest good chess books? Siddharth, yes, for any games I suggested yesterday as well, you can try to check the basic chess endings by Ruben Fine. I used that book as my first book to learn chess about the end games. And if you want to learn openings, do not use any books. You can use only ideas from the books. Don't prepare from any book because every day, guys, opening is changing. Opening is evolving every day. If you want to prepare your opening, check the latest games from the database. You can check the latest games on chessgames.com. Whichever opening you play, every day you visit chessgames.com and find the latest games in your openings. Try to learn from them. So for books, yes, you can read. For endgames, you can refer any books. There were two books which I referred. Ruben Fine, Basic Chess Endgames, and Yasser Sarawan. He has written the Winning Chess Endgames, I guess. So those two books are phenomenal. You can also read books like my Fisher's book, right? Fisher's book, my 60 memorable games. You can read that book because that book has many ideas. You can learn from that book a lot. That was one of the book which I referred when I had to improve my middle game to learn from Bobby Fischer. I'll go through some questions quickly before I stop my commentary, guys. Pragyanshu Chaudhary asks, what do you think? Can Gukesh cost 2800 in 1 year? It's very difficult at higher level, Pragyanshu. It is not easy, but the way he is playing, yes, it may happen. We cannot assure that yes, it can happen immediately, but it will happen definitely sometime in the future. Maybe it might take 1 or 1.5 or 2 years, but he can do that. Yeah, Austin says yes, Gukesh is in a bad position right now. It's not in great position and in trouble also. Okay. Sarang is here. Hello, Sarang Srivastav. Sarang says, do a face cam also, dude. The live stream will feel more lively. Yes, Sarang, I'm planning for the live stream with face cam because I'm doing face cam live streaming for my tournaments. You can check the face cam on the other streams as well. This is a long stream of 2.5 hours. It will be difficult to do the face cam because I have some other work as well in between. So hence I'm avoiding face cam for now. Rami is here. Rami says it seems Gukesh is experimenting with H pawn moves. Yes, Rami, I think it seems so. Siddharth Ghosh, yes. How to reassess your chess through imbalances by Jeremy Silman. Yes, there are three versions of that book, Siddharth. So which version are you using? Just check once because all three versions are beautiful. You can use the latest one, you to how to reassess your chess thinking. Philip Ocaris is Philip says queen takes g3 and then black is winning after that. Now it shows black is completely winning. I just refresh the position once. It is the latest one. King g2 was played in the game. So Gukesh might lose today as well, guys. Looking at the position, it's minus 1.78. Not good for Gukesh. Okay, in the Gukesh game, there was a question: what happens after bishop e5, queen e5, knight c6 fork? Is it not better? Okay, let's check the position there. So if you just go back one move in the Gukesh game, so here the question was asked: why not bishop takes e5 there? If bishop takes e5, what happens there? Let's check with the so bishop takes e5. Here it's recommended queen takes e5 and then if you go knight c6, there is queen takes g3 check. You can see that bishop is pinning the pawn there. So you cannot take the c6 to deliver a fork to the rook and knight, rook and the queen because queen can just take the pawn there on g3 and check the king. The pawn cannot capture because bishop is pinning the pawn there. And then I think it's winning for black. So you cannot do this knight c6 now. Okay, so that's the question. Okay, guys, I have to take a break now from the commentary, guys. So, all the viewers out there who have been with us so far, thank you very much for being there. I'm taking a break from commentary. I'll be back at 9:15. I have a 1 hour class in between, guys. So, I'm really sorry. I have to take a break from the commentary. But the games will be going on right now on the screen with all the latest moves. We have two tournaments going on, and we are covering four games. There's Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, Arjun Erigasi, and Fawn Forest is playing against each other. We are also covering the game between Ronak Sadhwani and Amin Basim, and we are also checking the game of Nihal Sareen here. So guys, stay on the stream. I'll be back soon with the commentary. I have to take a break now, and I'm really sorry for that. I have to stop the audio commentary for some time, but the video will be on, and you will be able to see the game on the screen with the evaluation. Hello, all the viewers out there, those who have just joined the live stream, welcome to the live stream. Right now, we are covering four games. Gukesh is playing with Maghsoodloo, and position is not good for Gukesh right now. Maghsoodloo is having a good position. I'll quickly bring on his game on the screen. We are also covering the game for Nihal Sareen. We are covering the game for Ronak Sadhwani and Arjun Erigasi. So the Gukesh game is back on the screen. We'll quickly check Nihal's game before I drop from the commentary. I have to take a break here now, guys. Sorry for that. Apologies for taking a break from commentary due to some other work. Nihal's game is also going on equal. We will be switching between all of these four games and we'll be following them till the result is out. So let's hope Arjun Erigasi wins today because he's on top right now in the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. If he wins this, he'll be 4.5 out of 5 rounds. So Ronak is also playing well today. Let's hope Ronak wins this game as well against Amin Basim from Egypt. He is number one player of Egypt. And Nihal is also playing against an international master today. As we discussed, yes, Nihal has put his rook on d4, trying to go now on h4 or g4 there. This is what we discussed that by sacrificing this pawn on a2, which Nihal gave away a couple of moves back, now his rook jumps to d4, trying to go on g4 or d4 and attacking the pawn on h7 or g7. So this is the plan from the Nihal scheme. I'll keep the Gukesh game on the screen so that we get the recent updates on his game. Right now, the position is favoring black with -2, and also Gukesh must be in time pressure as well. Okay, so guys, I have to take a break from commentary. Again, apologies everyone for taking a break in the commentary because there is some other work. I need to jump onto some other work. If you're new to the channel, guys, please subscribe and we'll be bringing all the live games to you as much as possible. So do subscribe and also share with your friends as much as possible. Also press the bell icon to get all the updates. Right now, I'm going offline for some time. You will be able to see all the games, Gukesh game, Nihal Sareen's game, Arjun Erigasi's game, and Ronak Sadhwani's game. We will be covering both the tournaments and all the four games. Thank you guys. I'm taking off for some time. Stay on the stream. I'll be back soon. Hello, all the viewers out there. I am back with the live stream, guys. The audio and commentary. I know the result is really not good for Gukesh. Gukesh has lost his game against Maghsoodloo. Right from the first move, I thought today Maghsoodloo had decided that yes, he's going to win against Gukesh, and Gukesh was in tremendous pressure since the beginning, the opening, and he lost the game thereafter. Right now, we are covering the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, wherein Ronak has driv drawn with GM Amin Basim, and that is a good result for uh, Ronak Sadhwani, because Amin Basim is higher rated than him, and Amin Basim is also number one player of Egypt. So that was not a bad result for Ronak Sadhwani. If he would have won the game, it would have been best, but draw is not bad for him today. We still are focused on the Arjun's game. Let me just quickly check what's happening there in Arjun's game. I will go through the Arjun's game here. So Arjun here is playing with white pieces against Van Forest. Van Forest is Netherlands' number two player, the rating of 2680. Position is equal right now. Both players are doing very well. Let's look at the positives that white has right now, or Arjun has. Arjun has an extra pawn on a3 here. The pawn is on b6, and we really have a very good chance that white can push his pawns on the queen side and get a passer. So we hope that this advantage of extra pawn can be converted into a win by Arjun Ergyasi here. For black, I think the position is quite okay. Not yet that black is losing or he does not have any disadvantage as of now. Also, there is one target on e4 for white here. So white can try to maneuver the knight away so that this pawn can be attacked multiple times. Knight c2, or even maybe knight goes to b3 and knight goes to c5. This could also be a nice fork here on all the three spots, e4, b7 and d7 with the knight on c5. So let's hope this Arjun wins this game. Now let's switch back to the Nihal Sareen's games and check what's happening there. So this position is roughly equal right now, and Nihal should win this game actually. We hope that Nihal wins. Nihal has a very good bishop. This is opposite colored bishop in the middle games. We have this bishop on g7 attacking the bishop on e5 attacking the g7 pawn. They do have the bishop, but the attack is currently blocked. Right now, Nihal is having a check from the queen, so king has to be safe somewhere on g2 or h1. And Nihal does has a good position here. I can say good. I don't say good, but has more chances because his bishop has some target, while black's bishop, light square bishop, is blocked right now. White also has a good rook over here on h7, so if we have any tactics, yes, white would get some chance. Black has a very good control of c file there, so if black is able to intrude on c2 with some support, then the e2 will be under tremendous pressure. So we hope Nihal gets rid of all of these problems now and gets some good attacking position in few moves. I will jump to the comments now. I will look for some questions if any. Okay, so no new questions there. Okay, Nihal has just moved his bishop back to d4 now. This will be interesting because bishop is centralized and attacking the queen. Also, there is a certain chance that a7 pawn will be a target after some time for the bishop. And this pawn is quite safe as of now because it is supported by both the pieces. So white has a target on a7, also has a target on g7. So positionally, slightly better here with more ideas and tactics for white. Let's go back to Arjun's game now and check what's happening over there in Arjun's game. Arjun is playing with white pieces here, and he has chosen to break now with pawn to h4 here. We have been waiting so long. On the queen side, now the position is fixed. But on the king side, yes, Arjun goes for this h4 move, trying to create some kind of pressure there on h file. As long as pawn remains on h2, there is always a threat that the rook will come to f2 and try to attack the pawn on h2. Right now, the rook can also capture the pawn on b6, but if rook captures on b6, then white has hg5, hg5, and rook takes g5, having a passer pawn on g3 there. So that has been done. Rook has captured the pawn on g6, and now I think here first, okay, gh4 was played. Okay, black played gh4, white captured the h4 pawn, and then rook captured on b6. Now Arjun will go for the center pawn, which is on e5. This check, the king will move, and then Arjun can capture on e4 here. So with this capture, Arjun still remains pawn up, having a center passer on e3. But what about the a3 pawn now? How long white has to keep defending the a3 pawn now? Definitely, Arjun will have some tactics with the knight in the center of the board. We hope Arjun breaks on the king side as well. This h6 pawn also looks weak. So if Arjun is able to get the h6 pawn, this pawn will start rolling very soon and would deviate the rook to come back to the king side, and then the rook can switch back to the attacking on b7. This is a long endgame now. We are going to be here for a long time. This is a very long endgame. The battle between rook and knight versus rook and bishop. And Van Forest from Netherlands, he is also a great player. He is a fighter here. He will not give up so easily. Let's hope Arjun finds something good, some good moves over here. And maybe we can also pray for some mistake from Van Forest here. Also remember guys, if Arjun wins today, he remains on the top of the table. He is currently leading the tournament. He's on top. All the viewers out there, new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. Those who are visiting the channel for the first time, you are most welcome guys. And make sure you subscribe to the channel guys so that we can bring you more updates and live games from all around the world. We'll try to cover as much games as possible from the Indian young talent. Every day we'll try to bring live games to you with the analysis, with the commentary, so that you can enjoy the games sitting back at home and learning something new every day. Smruti Panda is here. Hello Smruti Panda, hope you are doing well. All the viewers out there, if you have any questions, queries meanwhile, please feel free to ask in the comments. I'll be happy to answer your questions. This is Amir Sawan, FIDE instructor with the FIDE rating of 2048. So I'll try my best to answer your questions if you have any. Also, if you have any questions in Hindi, you can ask in Hindi as well. I'll be answering in Hindi. Nana is here. Hello, Nana. I think you are from Russia. Welcome to the channel, Nana. Good to see you commenting in the comment section. Feel free to ask your questions. So Arjun has moved his king to a2 now. It will be difficult to get the king in the center now because the once you put your king on a2 right now, which Arjun has done, and black is having this fantastic rook on b6, which will never allow the king to come out. So unless you have some piece on b4, like knight c2, knight b4, but knight c2, there is this check as well. So Arjun has to be very much careful. So knight c2, knight b4 will block the rook and allowing the king to come back in the game. So this is going to be interesting end game, guys. Although this position is equal, but both players will fight it out. They still have good amount of time left on their clocks, 20 minutes, 23 and 25 minutes each. So this is going to be a long end game, and they will definitely fight it out. Patan Vadia Hedan is here. They say, can you make chess trap trick videos? Yes, Hedan, we are making a note of all the suggestions out there. We will try to make sure that we will make your videos or the topics you suggest. We'll try to make some videos on those topics. So thanks for the suggestion there. We'll keep in mind that yes, definitely we'll try to bring some videos for your suggestions. KJ Styles is here. KJ Styles asks, are you from Maharashtra? Yes, KJ Styles, I'm from Mumbai, India. Enrique is here. Enrique says, greetings from Penumbras de Atacama Desert. Yes, Enrique, welcome to the live stream. I hope you are doing fine. Adarsh is here. Adarsh asks, Gukesh का क्या हुआ? Adarsh भाई, Gukesh lost today. आज Gukesh हार गया है मकसूदों के साथ, and it was a second loss for him, for Gukesh. So now we are covering the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival for Indian players, Indian young talents. Arjun Ergyasi, 18 years, and Ronak Sadhwani, who has won the game. Nihal Sareen is also playing here. So let's check what's happening in the Nihal's game. I'll switch the screen to the Nihal's game now. This is Nihal's game. I'll try to maximize the screen. Yes. You can check the evaluation on the right hand side. It shows equal right now, and the best move for black is to capture on c1. Nihal Sareen's opponent is Arthur Devtayan. He is 25-20, more than 100 points less than Nihal. So Nihal is under pressure to win this game. So Arthur Devtayan is from Armenia, guys, and he is 17th in Armenia. If we compare his rank in world, he's currently ranked 561st according to the latest ratings, not according to the live ratings. This is the latest ratings from the ones published in the first week of August. Is 25-20 and 17th rank in his country, Armenia. I know, guys, you all are very smart. Can you try to answer one question? Which player recently moved his federation from Armenia to USA? Let's check who can answer that. If you have the answer, you can mention in the comment section if you know that. Gukesh is currently ranked 20 in the world according to the live rating. That is the answer for the question. Who is asking? Sama is asking. Yes, Anugrah is here. Anugrah Mishra. He has answered his correct answer. Levon Aronian. Very good, Anugrah. I appreciate your answer and the quickness in your answer. Very good answer there. So thumbs up. Ganesh is also here. Ganesh also says Levon Aronian. Thanks, Ganesh. That's the correct answer. So the fastest have been Anugrah and Ganesh. So cheers to both of you guys. Let's go back to the Arjun's game now. Levon Oronian, he lost yesterday and day before as well, back to back in the FX Crypto Cup. He does not seem to be in very good form now. You can also look from his body language when you are looking at a live stream in FX Crypto Cup. He looks tired. His face is it looks like he's not feeling well, Levan Oronian, because the way he played against Pragananda, he lost against Pragananda and he made back-to-back two blunders in one single game, losing the match eventually. He also lost yesterday by making some bad moves. Also yesterday, if you guys were aware that there was a glitch in internet yesterday at the FTX Crypto Cup and the games were crashed. So that was a very rare event that such a big organizing team and which with all the heavy investments there still you can get an internet glitch and the games were lost. So they had to restore the position and start the game from there. But most of the players had already calculated what they had to play from that position. So I hope it does not occur again in today or tomorrow's tournaments. Today's and tomorrow's rounds. Last two rounds are remaining now, and tomorrow it's going to be the best round because tomorrow who is playing against whom? Who can tell me in the chat, guys? Tomorrow is a very important match between one of the Indian stars and the world champion. So anyone in the chat who knows can let me know. Answer in the chat, guys. Who is going to play against whom tomorrow? Indian star who is going to play against world champion tomorrow 9:30 p.m. IST. Let's see who can get the correct answer in the chat. Looking at the game going on between Arjun and Van Forest, this game might end in a draw. Sagar is here. Sagar Jayam is here. Sagar says Magnus versus Pragananda. Yes, Sagar, that is correct. Anugrah Mishra is again very quick. Anugrah, you are very quick. Anugrah says yes, it's Pragananda versus Magnus, and yes, that is the game which is going to be the highlight, guys. Everyone is everyone in India, we know, right? We are wishing that Pragananda beats Magnus Carlsen and wins the FX Crypto Cup. Tolerance Humility is here. Yes, it is Pragananda versus Carlsen. Tolerance Humility. That's the right answer. Nishita Gupta is here. Hello, Nishita. Hope you are doing fine. Yes, Nishita, Gukesh lost today. There are other Indians who are playing in the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. I'll quickly get an update what happened there in the other rounds. Adiban is playing against Wang Ho, so we'll try to bring Adiban's game. So those who have just joined the stream, guys, we are really sorry to update that Gukesh has lost today. And right now we are covering the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We're trying to bring on Adiban's game now, wherein his opponent is Wang Ho. So Adiban versus Wang Ho is going on. I'll just remove the unwanted steps so we don't get any disturbance there on the screen. The Beast is playing this game. He has very good amount of time left on his clock, 27 minutes. Wang Ho is playing with black pieces here. Adiban is playing with white pieces. Did Adiban play b3 in the game? No, he started with d4. He did not start with b3 this time. He played d4 and it was a Nimzo-Indian game. Let's check what happened there. Bishop b4, e3, castles, bishop d2, pawn to d5, knight to f3, pawn to b6, pawn takes, now rook to c1, bishop b7, bishop d3, bishop to e7, castles, pawn c5, pawn takes, and now rook to e1, knight to a6 there, bishop goes back to b1, queen to b6, pawn e4, trying to attack on the d5 square in the center, breaking it up. So pawn takes, knight takes now. In the endgame, if you imagine all the pieces without only the pawns and the king here, you can see that black has a weakness on c5 there. So this position, that is the reason why there is a slight advantage for white over here. You can see plus 52 in this position. The reason is this weak pawn on c5. Knight bishop takes, rook takes, and then knight bishop went to f6, attacking now the weak pawn on b2. So Adiban here played bishop c3, stopping all the attack on b2 there. Bishop took on c3, pawn took on c3. After the pawn takes now, this is not a weakness anymore because we don't have an open file for the rook to attack on c5. So here they played rook e8, we took the rook, they took the rook, and now queen to d7, attacking the hanging rook on e8, simple threat of queen takes rook and checkmate. So here Wang Ho played rook to d8. After rook to d8, rook went here. Now again a simple threat, if they capture on d7, we just simply go rook e8 and finish the game, check and mate. So pawn to h6, creating an escape square for the king, and now Adiban needs to save the queen. Queen to e7, knight to b8, pawn to h3, knight to c6, queen to e4, queen to c7, knight to h4, and now knight will try to hop on to the f5 square to get some good attack on the king side. So queen d7, knight f5, pawn h5, pawn g4. This is a bold move, guys. Pawn g4, breaking the own castle to make sure the knight stays on f5 and is not getting attacked by any of the black's pieces. So h takes g4, h takes g4, and now pawn to g6. Queen takes on c6, and now, guys, this is the move. See, queen c6 again. The one sacrificing the queen. If black takes the queen, we have simple knight e7, forking the king and the queen. So pawn takes on f5. Wang Ho cannot capture the queen here, so they took the queen there, and Adiban captures the pawn on c5, which was a weakness. Now Wang Ho captures on g4, queen to g5 check, king moves, and now queen to f6. If you look at the position, queen is very well placed as compared to black's queen and rook. They are not attacking the king yet. Black does has an extra pawn on g4, white has an extra pawn on c3. Now it's a double-edged position. King to g8, pawn to c4. So Adivan starts pushing the pawn, and Wang Ho plays g3, but I think the pawn would be captured now. And now queen to d4, trying to attack the hanging pawn on c4. This leaves Adiban one pawn up, but it's not easy to convert this pawn into a winning advantage. Here, Adiban plays queen to a3 check, queen goes back to d6, and now this is the latest position. Rook e3 is suggested here for white. We will wait for Adiban's move. I'll come back to the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Van Forest here. Let's see what's happening here. The position is still equal. Nothing conclusive there in the position. Knight is very well placed on d4, and now it's more about who does the first inaccuracy or the mistake. This is a very well placed and equal endgame. White does have a pawn here, but it's not easy to convert that pawn into a winning advantage. So white black has to be careful here. Black cannot just relax now, even though the position is equal. There is a chance that if black misses something or does some kind of inaccuracy, white can run away with the pawn and get a new queen. So black has to be careful here. Okay, they have agreed to a draw here, guys. I could not update here. They have agreed to a draw. It is a draw. I will come back to the position between Nihal Sareen and his opponent. This game is still going on. Nihal Sareen is playing with white pieces here. So all draws over here in top two games. We saw draw in Ronak's game, and we saw a draw in the Arjun versus Van Forest game. Now let's check Nihal's game. Nihal and Adiban's games are interesting now, which will be entertaining. All the new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream, guys. Those who have just joined the channel, I hope you like this stream and you like the commentary as well. Make sure you hit that like button before you close that stream, and also if you're new to the channel, please subscribe and share with your friends as much as possible, guys. So right now we have a very nice position for Nihal Sareen here. Nihal Sareen's bishop is perfectly placed there to attack king side. This is perfectly placed, attacking the king side there. And we have some threats. If the king was on h8, we had some threats with this rook and queen over there as the pawn was pinned. But his opponent has played his pawn king to the right square of h7, not allowing any tactics on h6. King is also quite safe here. Black's king is also safe. This will probably end in a draw. Looking at the time left on the clock, Black will not try anything adventurous here. If White, that is Nihal Sarin, takes any risks over here, maybe by pushing some pawns or trying to play something rash, that is the thing what Black is expecting now. Black will just hold a position. Black will not do any winning idea. Every piece is placed perfectly here. It's about what White is going to do here after. Will White go for this kind of break? Allowing this f4 will also not be a great move because then this will be blocked. The queen will have to shift to this d3 square and the king will go back then. Let's see how Nihal Sarin turns this position around. Can he go g4? What do you think, guys? Let me know in the comments. Will he go g4? Will he try to go h4 and try to attack on the king side if possible? Should he do that? Will you do that if you were in Nihal Sarin's shoes right now? Will you go g4 and attack Black's king side here? What is your decision, guys? Let me know in the comments. Pradyuma Sharma is saying, is Nihal playing? Yes, Nihal is still playing here. Nihal is still playing here, guys. Tolerance Humility asks, has Gukesh a chance to win a tournament? I think it's difficult now because there are two back-to-back losses. So it's very difficult to come back psychologically as well. And overall, when you lose two games back-to-back, you have very less chance of getting back in the tournament to come first. So it won't be I don't think it's possible right now. We can check the table after the today's stream. I'll check the table and I can come back on that answer then. Anugrah Mishra says rook f3 and then g4. Rook h3, you mean rook h3 and then g4? Yeah, it is possible, but then g4, you cannot take, if they take on g4, you cannot take the pawn back. If you go g4 now, if the pawn takes, you have a chance of capturing with the rook. But if you go rook h3 and then go g4, pawn takes and you cannot capture back because the rook is pinning the pawn there. So g4 is interesting, but it is not suggested by any of the engine moves as of now. So if Nihal Sareen plays g4, it will be really a risky move right now, and the game might turn in favor of black as well if Nihal Sareen misses anything over there. Oh, you cannot capture on g4. There is a problem, guys. If you go g4, pawn takes, rook takes, there is queen takes h2 check, right? And then the king is in problem, a big problem there. Okay. So Anugrah says rook f4 and then you can try to play g4. Yes, rook f4 is possible, but what after rook f4? If what if they play g5 then Anugrah? I think rook is trapped there. You cannot do anything then. Hiren is here. Hiren says bishop g7. Bishop g7. What if the rook takes g7 directly? Hiren? Sagar says if you play h3, the rook gets trapped. Yes, Sagar, that is a possibility. You can still move up and okay. See, whenever you play h3, they play g5. You have this move, rook h5, king to g6, and then pawn to g4. But the problem is after pawn to g4, there is queen takes on h2 there, queen h2 check. That is pawn is on h3, so queen h2 check is possible. And when queen h2 happens, the king has no shelter. King will have to run somewhere here for the new shelter, and then the rook would get activated from here with the queen checking from this c1 square. So this is a quite a risky move. I don't think Nihal Sareen is ever going to play g4 now, guys. It's really a bad option there. Okay, let's check. I think there was some move played in the Arjun scheme. Let's check Arjun's game. What's happening there? No, Arjun has drawn the game. So Adiban's game, guys. Let's go to the Adiban's game now. Okay, so this has turned into an equal rook endgame. We'll just go a few moves back here. Okay, there were queens on the board. After queens on, we saw this. Queen g3, queen goes to d4 to attack the pawn on c4. Queen a3 check. Queen goes back to d6. Rook e3. And now e7 was under attack. So this is the current position. Will white Adiban put the rook here and just take the king nearby the pawn then? Seems likely. Adiban has a lot of time left on his clock while Vango only has 5 minutes left. So this will be a time pressure game for Vango, but this is more about theoretical endgames now. Which endgames do you remember, guys? Which endgames have you studied in rook and pawn endgames? Can you give me the names of some positions which you have studied? There is one very famous position every player should know. Rook and pawn endgame, a basic rook and pawn endgame position named after one of the players. In the chat, let me know if you have studied any rook and endgame positions and which one do you remember. Yes. Again, Anugrah Mishra is quick. Sagar Jayam has answered Lucina. It is Lucena Sagar, but yeah, that's the right answer. Lucena position. Lucena, Vancouver, and Philidor. These are three positions which every player should know here. Anugrah says, I just only know the names. That's fine, Anugrah. We have a study and we have a videos on these end games. We actually organized tournaments on the end games there. So we had a Lucena tournament wherein many players played and they played out the Lucena tournament to practice it actually on the board online and try to win from Lucena position there. Okay, let's jump to Nihal's game now. Let's see what's happening here. So Nihal has not made any move. He has been thinking very long. Maybe he's trying to figure out some trap or something over here. I'll just refresh once just to check. Yes, Nihal is still playing, thinking here. It took around 10 minutes now. I think he had around 16, 17 minutes on the clock. Yes, he's been thinking for 8 minutes now, guys. Kamlesh Gupta is here. Hello, Kamlesh. Kamlesh asks, what about Gukesh? Gukesh lost today, Kamlesh, with Maghsoodloo. He was struggling the entire game and eventually he had to resign there. And right now we are covering the games from Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We saw the game between Arjun Arigasi and his opponent, which is ended in a draw. And we also saw the game of Ronak Sadhwani, which is also a draw. Now, two games are going on here between Nihal Sareen and International Master Arthur Devtan. And other game we are covering is Adiban's game. So right now, this game, guys, we have opposite colored bishops in the middle game. And generally, when you have opposite colored bishops, the player who gets the attacking position has better winning chances. So slightly better for white here, but black has really created a very nice fortress that it's not easy to break for white over here. Okay, bishop h7 is suggested, bishop g7 is suggested by Hiren. So if you capture on g7, let's see what happens. What if the king captures? If the king captures, there is queen h6 check, and the king goes to g8, and there is queen h8 mate. So bishop g7, what if they capture with the rook here? The queen goes to h6 and then the king goes to g8 and then there is queen g8 check, queen h8 check, king moves to f7 and queens take on f8 there. So seems like an interesting variation there here. Let's try to think here. If bishop g7, what will black play? Guys, can you try to find out the best defense for black here? If bishop g7, what should black play there? Let me know in the chat, everyone. I'm waiting for your answers, everyone. What if bishop g7? Wings of Bliss is here. Wings of Bliss says if bishop g7, what about f4? So bishop g7, yes, can be answered by f4. The problem is black will not capture the bishop on g7 with either of the pieces. And if f4, then what about rook h6 or bishop h6? Is it possible? Your f4 queen is hanging here. What? How will white save the queen then? So bishop g7 herein, that was your question. Bishop g7, they will not capture the bishop. They will play f4 trying to attack your queen. Once you save your queen, then they will try to take the bishop. Okay, so that's an intermezzo or intermediate move there. Let's wait for the move now. Okay, queen g5 suggested by Rohan Singh here. Rohan is suggesting queen g5 here, guys. So if queen g5, what will black do then? What is the idea of queen g5, Rohan here? Let's try to figure out what is Rohan trying to suggest here. Nihal is under time pressure now, guys. Nihal is under time pressure. I hope he plays quickly now. There is 3 minutes 30 seconds on this clock. All the viewers out there, let me know if queen g5, that is suggestion given by Rohan Singh here. Meanwhile, we'll quickly check what's happening in the Adhiban's game now. Okay, bishop e5 has been played in the game, guys. but we'll discuss what if queen g5 instead of bishop e5. Okay, Rohan Singh says, SR Subramanian is here. Hello, Subramanian. Gukesh lost today, and we are covering the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival now. The game is going on between Nihal Sareen and International Master Arthur Devtan. We also covered game between Arjun Erigaisi before. We covered these games, Arjun Erigaisi versus Vander Forest. It was a draw. We covered the game between Ronak Sadhwani and Amin Basim, which was also a draw. We're covering right now the game between Nihal Sarin, which is still going on. Nihal is in time pressure. And the other game which is going on is between Adiban and Wanko, wherein Adiban has the extra pawn on a2, but it is not going to be easy to convert that extra pawn into a win there. Let's switch back to Nihal's game, which we were discussing before. Queen g5 was suggested by Rohan there, guys. So try to figure out what is the problem with Queen g5 there. Why can't Queen g5 be played before Bishop to e5 or Bishop to e5 was played? So Queen g5 there, and if Queen g5, I think Black can just play. In case of Queen g5, there are moves like Rook c7 or maybe Pawn e5 there, Rohan. So if we just go back a move over here, I'll just go back one move. Hold on, please. So if we just go back one move here, and if we play Queen g5, they can simply play Pawn e5 now. Yeah, previously, if the Queen is on e3 and Bishop is on d4, they are not able to play Pawn to e5 because we can just take the pawn. Now, as the Queen has moved away, the pawn can be pushed and Bishop can be attacked more. So Bishop will have to fall back to c3, and then the diagonal is closed. You are no longer attacking the g7 pawn. So that will be a problem. Okay, so hence Queen g5 will fail to e5 there. Now let's go to the latest position. Queen b3, trying offering a queen exchange there. And if the queens are exchanged, guys, this is going to be a draw then. If the queens are exchanged, this will be a draw. And the queens are exchanged, yes. Finally, Nihal gives up the queen exchange. Subramaniam Gukesh lost today with Maghsoodloo. So this is a draw now, guys. This should be a draw. We'll quickly jump to the Adiban scheme, which will also maybe end in a draw now. Okay. Both the games should end a draw, guys. Should be ending in a draw. So it's all draw all over, guys. And let's hope, guys, today Pragananda wins. I think the FX Crypto Cup has started. I'll quickly try to check that if FX Crypto Cup is in progress. Yes, it has started. And Pragananda is playing against Duda. And what a match yesterday for Duda, guys. Duda was able to beat Magnus Carlsen yesterday. That is great. Absolutely phenomenal there. So right now, Pragananda is playing against Duda and position is slightly better for Duda there. I try to bring the Pragananda's game on the screen now. This is Pragananda's game, which is going on right now with Duda. To keep the evaluation on so that we are updated with what's going on in the game. Slightly better for black there. Let's jump to Nihal's game now. Let's see what's happening there. This should end in a draw very soon. Should be the repetition of the moves and it will be a draw. Adiban, it should be a draw as well. It's not easy to convert a pawn into a win here. And I'll come back to the comments now, guys, if there are any. Okay, no comments. So, guys, we'll be ending this stream soon in around 5 minutes, and I won't be able to cover the Pragananda's game. So, these two games will end in a draw soon, and I have around 5 minutes left for the stream to end. But all the viewers out there who have stayed with us for so long for the entire stream, thanks guys for being there. It has been a long, tiring stream for me as well. So I'll take a break now in around 5 minutes at 10 p.m. IST. We'll meet again tomorrow with all the live updates and games from the FX, not FX Crypto Cup, but Abu Dhabi Chess Festival and Turkish Super League. We'll try to cover Gukesh game, Arjun Erigasi's game, Nihal Sareen's game, Ronak Sadhwani's game, and Adipan's game tomorrow. 5 games we'll cover all together in one go from both the tournaments. Thank you all the viewers for staying with us so long. It was a fantastic stream today. I had a great time discussing all the questions with you, answering your questions and queries, and discussing about the game of Gukesh. This is Pragananda's game, which is going on right now. Let's check Nihal's game as well. This should end in a draw. Nihal is playing h4 here, but I don't think it's going to be fruitful. Adiban is trying to work hard here, trying to convert that extra pawn into a winning endgame, but it's not going to be easy, guys, for Adiban. Nihal Sareen as well. I think that game will end in a draw very soon. Those who have just joined, guys, the live stream, remember, just giving you an update. Gukesh has lost today against Parham Maghsoodloo from Iran. In Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, we have an update on Arjun Erigasi. He has drawn today with Vander Forest. Ronak Sadhwani is also playing in Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, and even he has drawn against the Amin Bassam from Egypt. Amin Bassam is number one player of Egypt, and it was a draw. So not a bad result for Ronak. We are covering currently the live game between Nihal Sarin and International Master Arthur Deotian, where this International Master has really fought well, very well against Nihal Sarin today. Another game which is going on is between Adipan and Wang Ho, where Adipan has an extra pawn, but the position is equal. It is not easy to convert that position into a win. So you all guys have been fantastic to stay with me for last around 4 hours, guys. It was a long stream today. I will be ending the stream in a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be keeping the game on, but I'll be switching off the audio as I have to jump onto the next work that I have. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining in today for the live stream. Tomorrow again, I'll see you. I'll meet you tomorrow again for all the videos and all the games. Tomorrow we'll cover 5 games together. We'll cover the game between, we'll cover the games for Pragananda, not Pragananda, we'll cover the games for Arjun Erigasi, Ronak Sadhwani. We'll cover the game for Adipan. We'll cover the game for Nihal Sareen, and we'll also cover the game for Gukesh. So 5 games tomorrow we'll cover at one go. So you will get all these games in one place at our channel. covering up live for all the updates and all the important games going around the world for Indian teams and Indian youngsters. So tomorrow join again, guys, to get that all the details about the latest updates on the games. Okay, guys, it's 10 p.m. here, so I'm taking a break from the audio now. You can enjoy the game, the remaining part of the games now. The screen will be on. Nihal's game and Adiban's game are going on. I'm taking a leave from the audio, guys. Thank you. I had a fantastic day. Thanks for the support. And make sure, guys, you hit that like button before you close the stream, guys. Thank you. Bye bye, guys, for the day. Enjoy the video.